Ludo Goliath. Hello. Oh, the the interrogation mark was a typo. Sorry. Oh, I see. I see. Nice. It's all right. I don't really Some people put question marks at the end of every sentence, and I think it's like some glitch in the Twitch thing, but I'm not, or I just don't understand why that happens as often as it does. It's like either their keyboard is sticky. Oh, Sarah Gigo, welcome, welcome, welcome to the show. I'm just gonna be cleaning this picture up and finishing it up hopefully today. I really feel like it needs a little bit. I'm a little bit disappointed with it overall. Like, it's not as clean as I wanted it to be. I don't know if it's the paper. I don't know. I'm gonna go get cardstock after this and try drawing on that white paper to see kind of. Of course, I forgot to buy some, but we'll eventually swing back around. Did you ever draw dinos? Like dinosaurs? No. Not really. I've done reptilian kind of things, but not really specific dinosaurs. No. Good afternoon, guys. Says Sarah Gigo. Yes, good afternoon. Thank you. Carolina, hi everyone, how are you today? We're doing really good, thank you. Just chilling and finishing this drawing up, hopefully today. Hopefully I feel like it's worth posting. I got stuck on this one for a little bit, but... This picture looks fantastic. Oh, thank you. Trying to get it there today. I'm gonna try and get it there. Zej. Hello. I see you made some dark areas already. Yep, yep. Trying to just. I realized I was going in the wrong direction with the shading, and I fixed the perspective a little bit. I was like looking at it last night, and I'm like, it like hit me where the things were going wrong. Now it still could be messed up like to a degree, but I fixed like a. Well, I'll show it to you guys later. Where I made the ruler adjustment. Thank you for asking. Kids are killing me, but I'm fine. I even remember to take out camera to make some pictures of those little devils because they grow so fast that it's easy to lose a month or 3. Nice. Very cool. Are you all okay? I am good, but I did kind of not sleep that well. Like mediocre, like very mid sleep. So I tried to like take a nap before the stream, but it kind of didn't work. So like mid sleep, but I did get like 4 good nights in a row before that, so I can't complain too much because that's in itself is very rare to get almost like a week in of just like consistent sleep. That's why I can't even imagine having kids. Like, that's crazy. The clothes are so hard to draw. Queen of Darkness. Clothes are so hard to draw in Tim Burton style. I'd have to look at it. The Tim Burton stuff. You were afraid of ghosts? They came to me tonight to tell me it was not them who made the demon noises I heard a week ago. Nice. That's why you could not sleep. Oh, no, I didn't hear any ghosts. I remember we had a little combo yesterday about them. No ghosts. Tim Burton style, you mean ripped and torn by Scissors Hand or overstretched by Lady Gaga? You guys know about that? You guys know about these people in Poland? Tim Burton style, Lady Gaga, Scissors Hands? Man, we really live in a global world. I wouldn't have thought that anybody like knows about these things. It's just kind of crazy. I'm wild into art. Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah, art is pretty cool. Slipknot fan says sup. Sup. Sup, sup, sup. So beautiful. Nice. Thank you. Oh, AGS Draw says, hey. Hi, Ages. Hey, Slipknot, how are you? Have you seen a show called Tulsa King? I've heard of Tulsa King, I feel like. I've definitely heard of that. I hear it's good. I'll have to check it out. Doing okay? How about yourself? Says Slipknot fan. Nice. Show us the slippers. I'm fine too, says AGS Draws. It's beautiful. I think everybody knows Lady Gaga. I'm her biggest fan. No, yeah, even I know about her, and I know nothing about anything. Sylvester Stallone is the main star. Tim Burton got uber famous recently. I feel like I've been hearing Tim Burton. I don't even know. Didn't he make those skeleton cartoons? Tim Burton. He was making those skeleton cartoons. But for those who are curious about my new shoes, these are the slippers I bought, and they're super comfy, and they they're really warm too. But that's what the convo is about. For those who don't know, this is like these are the shoes I just bought. Very very comfortable and very warm too. I like it. Thank you, Sarajevo. So when you guys donate money, just so you know where it goes, that's where it goes. On my feet. They look like bear paws? Yeah, they look like bear paws. like this son. Bad Romance. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, I remember that song. She's my biggest fan and she will follow me until she loves me. Nice. Have you seen the second installment of Frozen 2? No. I haven't seen the first I haven't seen the first Frozen. Is that about the princess or whatever? No, I haven't watched. I can't remember the last time I saw anything Disney made. Maybe like the Star Wars movies, maybe? Or something. You got the Homer Simpson slippers? Yeah, did he have slippers like that? I don't know, I just saw them at the store and I'm like, well, it's winter time, it's time to get like warm, you know what I mean? I need to be warm inside my house. And so that's why I bought them. They were like kind of expensive, but I'm like, there's a lot of like, you know, I'm not even like wearing warm socks and they're warm. Like once you put on like some hand knitted like grandma socks, it's like you're like hyper, like it's kind of next level. Have you watched Cars? No, I know what Cars is, like the movie, but I've never I've seen it. I've seen Cars like when I would be waiting for my car to be done getting serviced, and they would have like playing in the background at the service center or whatever. But that's about as close as I got to watching any of those films. Nothing against it. I just never. Oh, you know what Disney movie I did like was Wall-E. That was a good one. Wall-E was a heartfelt movie that I enjoyed. Thousand Times my son favorite movie. Cars. Yeah, I imagine that if I was a younger, I would enjoy Cars quite a bit. Or unless you're talking about Wall-E, but Wall-E was just a genius piece of work. Like, I don't think there's been a robot movie that's topped. Not even, remember that there was that movie with like that robot. What was the District 9 looking movie with a robot? I forget what it is now. They had like a sentient robot in like dystopia, and it was like something like that. And even that, I didn't watch it, of course. But like I'm saying, even I don't think that would top that Wall-E. Wall-E is like a really good movie. I need to. You know what? I need to organize a watch party. Rewatch Wall-E. That was a good movie. Not possible. I do not exist in the net anymore. Nice. Luna Butterfly, do it watch party? Nice. Yeah. Not here. That would have to be on Discord. I'm sure that like watching it here would be like illegal or something. I don't know. I saw the Toy Story movies and Monsters Inc. I remember the Toy Story. Yeah, that was like when I was a kid. That was like the age appropriate movie for me. Do you guys remember Ants or Bugs Life? You guys remember Bugs Life? That whole thing. That was a good like with the. I love the evil grasshopper guy. And like the ants. Maybe I'm getting movies messed up, but I remember there was ants marching off to war. Bugs Life was another good one. There was actually a PlayStation 1 game of Bugs Life, and I remember we would play it with like the neighbor kid, and we never got past like the third level. It was just like one of those like early game days, like on PlayStation 1. Some of them weren't like really balanced, and like we just couldn't beat it. Like it was like we tried, I mean maybe like 100 runs, and it was like we never got past like the third level of Bugs Life the video game. And sometimes there was like parts where we weren't even sure how, like there was like this, you're floating with a dandelion as an ant or something through the desert, and you just like fall into a crevice and die, and there's no indication of what you did wrong or anything, so we just kind of kept giving up on that part. It was like one of those like early game experiences where you have to like you just, that's just what games were back then. You get to the third level, there's no explanation of why you're failing the mission, and you stop playing the game. That was the vast majority of games back then. Now games, if you stop playing and put down the controller, it plays it for you. It'll actually play the cutscenes and like show you an arrow of exactly where to go. If you just can't like put the dots together, it's actually quite the opposite now. I never saw the CGI bug movies, lol. They were good. I have a very vague recollection, but I remember the evil grasshopper guy. I like that guy. Coincidentally, I think Stallone is in one of those. Bugs Life? Like, as a voice actor? I believe it. I believe it. Stallone is Weaver in Ants. Oh, so Ants was like a different movie than Bugs Life then? Because I in my mind they merged into one movie. I didn't know. I thought that was like a part of that movie. I need to. You know what? We need to do a Bugs Life rewatch and Wall-E. I feel like sure there's like a good moral story there. I think Wall-E especially was like, I don't know. I remember it being really good. Have you watched A Turtle's Tale, Sammy's Adventure? No, that doesn't even ring a bell. A Turtle's Tale. No. No wonder you thought they both merged. Ants and Bugs Life were both released in 1998. There was a minute there that... I mean, I feel like that was peak Disney. That whole Toy Story kind of like Bugs Life era, I feel like... Do you guys remember there was also a dinosaur cartoon? I feel like Disney like had the world kind of like in the palms of its hands at that era. They just kept coming out with a banger after banger. And now it's kind of like, even when they come out with a new Star Wars movie, I'm like, just we'll wait and see the reviews. You know, I'm like, I don't know. It's like they kind of like, you know, they're not. I mean, they did an okay job, I think, with Alien Romulus. That was okay. I mean, but you know, that was like a solid product. That's what I would describe it as. Like you guys didn't butcher it, so like it was competently made. Nice. But again, it's like, you know, it's kind of like we were kids back then, so it was like a different perspective kind of thing. You know, you can't, it's hard to judge things because everything you experience as a kid is going to be amazing. Uh, I mean, I'm 35, so I don't know where you guys were at with this stuff, but that was. When I was 7, I asked my dad to give me Finding Nemo movie disc. Bro, you know what? I watched Finding Nemo, like, I think 2. I think it had Will Smith in it. I watched it, like, alone. I went to the theater and just randomly walked into the theater and watched that movie, like, on a random day. It was really awkward. If you want to test, like, how brave you really are, go to the theater, like, just alone. It's like really strange. People are just like, "What is he doing here?" It's real. It was like I felt like I don't know how to describe it. It's like I don't know, but yeah, I watched. I don't even know if I watched Finding Nemo. I know I watched the second one, the one that had Will Smith and it had like the shark. He bought the turtle's tail because he couldn't find Nemo. One and told it's the Nemo movie, he's gonna appear halfway, but he never did all. Wait, what? Hold on. Let me try that again. When I was 7, I asked my dad to give me Finding Nemo movie disc, and he bought the Turtle's Tale because he couldn't find Nemo one, and told it's the Nemo movie. He's gonna appear halfway, but he never. Oh, yeah. I've had my parents pull things like that on me too, where they just lied. I'm just kidding. Dang, lots of brushes. Got any 40k D&D? Wait, lots of brushes? Brushes or pencils? These are pencils. Fluffy Zeus says, Dang, lots of brushes. Got any 40k D&D minis you paint as well by any chance? It'll actually rotate through. I got some of those like little Gretchen. Ruthven and Gretchen, I painted a while back. They'll cycle through the pictures. That's the only one I got. I do have some Space Marines. I had a friend paint for me. I just did generic Ultramarines, and then I got some I got like an orc. I don't paint very often, but I do dabble. I am a dabbler in the painting. The problem is it requires your eyesight. Oh my god. Thank you. We have a clear-minded good person in here. No, just kidding. Thank you for the subscribe. Thank you for the follow. Nice. Thank you. But I have Space Marines. I don't like trade or sell them or any, I just paint them. I do have an army of Tau that I've been neglecting for like a year for my friend. I just didn't realize what I was like walking into. I'm a very meticulous, slow painter, so it's like an army for me is like, bro, you're gonna be waiting like a year before I get to it. And I was going to integrate it with the show and just do like once a week, do like a paint the Tau kind of thing, but it really messes with my eyesight. When I paint, the issue becomes like it really my eyes just are so tired afterwards. It takes me like a week to come back from like staring at like a 1/4 millimeter, size brush, and so like it just becomes really difficult with drawing as consistently as I do. Like my eyes are always at like the edge of kind of like they're tired, so it's like painting miniatures becomes kind of a I should have done it 10 years ago is what I'm saying. I had to watch like all animation movies there were before showing any to my kiddos. Tough work. Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, you gotta be careful. They'll sneak some Disney will sneak some stuff in there for sure. Yeah, you gotta watch them first. Make sure Disney is not sneaking in some stuff in there. I suck as well. My patience is thin when it comes to doing them. I totally get it. No, it's like the opposite. I take too long. I've restarted like entire pieces. I've had like 3 orcs painted, then I threw them into the dissolvent paint thing, and just started over. Just because like by the time I get to my 4th orc, I got so much better. I'm like, there's no way I can keep the quality. I had to just restart and like redo everything. And it's kind of like the same thing with the Tau. Is like I skipped like a year of paint, and like when I went back, I got so much worse that like the first 2-3 models, I'm gonna have to just trash them and just kind of like start all over and strip the paint and do all that. They're just not up to the standard of where I would be comfortable like taking money for. Like if it was just something I didn't care about, that's fine. But if I'm, the guy said he's gonna give me money. If people are giving me money, I'm like, I just can't. I gotta like, it's gotta be like good enough to where it's not like, you know what I mean. Outside the internet, she follows for the river for sure. Wait. Outside the internet, she follows for the river for sure. Ain't all artists following each other in the age of AI revolution? We should kill who use AI to create art. Well, maybe let's hold off on the killing. We can just talk it out. Maybe. There was a event in my town for the painters at a board game club. They did 24 hours of painting with lenses and proper light. It would not be able to see for a week after I attended those. But that's the thing, is that yeah, I need to get like a headset. And my parents have like a headset kind of a thing, but it messes with my depth perception. I can't tell where the brush is when I put on like the headset thing. I'm sure I could like get used to it through practice, but like, oh, thank you or whatever. Hype train, nice. Oh man, my nose today. I got like, I'm not even like sick, but I'm like on that verge of being sick. But yeah, I like everything. It's just more like I can't paint. Like it's weird. It's weird to say, right? Because like painting miniatures is like the least athletic thing you can do. But I'm at that age where it's like if I draw a lot, I only have so many hours that my eyes work before I have to stop. Kill it. It was a joke. No worries. It is just revolutionary event for all. Sorry for my English. I type on my phone right now. Oh. Yeah. I forgot what we were talking about. No, to me, like, it doesn't, like, I mean, the thing is, to me, this is how I feel internally. The ship has sailed with AI. Like, it seems like it's, there's a lot of government support. It's, there's, like, we gotta compete with China kind of thing. They're gonna put as much money as they, we're not gonna reel that back in, but, the AI stuff, that ship has sailed. I personally just enjoy. I'm a drawing enjoyer. Like I just do it because that's what that's how I like to do things. So it's not so much like you can't tempt me with AI because it's not interesting to me. You know what I mean? Like I think AI is better used for like research and stuff. Like I was saying before, I'm not super computer literate. Like I know my way around Steam, and like I can install a game and play it. That's kind of where I'm at. I know how to like install drivers for your graphics card. I'm like very like I just know what I know to play video games, right? And when I was like, getting Linux on that machine over there, I just the entire time ChatGPT, and so like it really does help with things like that, troubleshooting. It kind of knows how to hold your hand and clue you in on stuff. So I'm not like. It's hard for me to say that I totally hate it because it is. I have found uses for it that I think are legitimate as tools, but when it comes to art, I feel like it's personal. I like to use myself as the lens to run the art through, like my mind and my skill to like figure stuff out. That's where it's interesting. I'm just not interested in the AI for art kind of stuff. That's just kind of where I am with that. I saw one artist that is totally hyped about it, and I try to influence that artist to little to strive away from promoting AI. I will never listen to that music anymore, lol. My fear is that, you know what, I was initially when I first started this channel, I was using Suno to make music for the channel because I didn't want to, deal with the copyright strike stuff. And like I used Suno, and eventually I opted out of that. Whatever. I just kind of stopped using it. It wasn't like really a principal thing, but my fear is that like one day you won't be able to tell that it's AI. Like we're sitting here and we're like, don't use it, but what if you legit can't tell one day? You know what I mean? So I don't know. That's kind of where I see things heading, because a lot of videos, when you look at the Sora 2 model, you just can't discern a lot of stuff anymore. It's getting really good. Like I was watching, there was a plane crash somewhere this morning. I was looking up the news on Instagram. There was some crazy plane crash. I can't remember where it was, but it was like, I really don't know if that video is real or not. Dude, I've seen videos that I thought for sure were real until the silly stuff started happening, and I'm just like, I don't know. It's like, is that video real, or you know what I mean? Like, what are we seeing that is or isn't real? There's gonna end up being like legal software that you have to download to like run it through to like find out is this a real video? Because otherwise, we're in a very intense arms race in terms of like knowing what reality is anymore. You're almost gonna have to become Amish, like kind of, and have like go back to hunter-gatherer. Like that's the only way to like discern what is real anymore. Against using it in the process of creation of art. Okay, because people will promote and train models to do that. It is a Pandora box. Nice. Kentucky, yeah, 9 dead. Was a UPS plane apparently. Also, okay. Yeah, that was real. Okay, yeah. I think it was Kentucky. I thought there was another plane crash recently in some Middle Eastern country, I believe. And it was just like, that's why I think I was like confused, because there was like very recently there was 2 like crazy plane crashes, like, and unfortunately that is a reality of flying in aluminum tubes. Sometimes they do that. It is kind of like when human laborers were being replaced by big machines in factory in earlier times. Yeah, but except that the problem is we always thought that sweeping the floor was what the AI was going to do, and we were going to be free to explore and sort of become, go into our minds and pull out better, more interesting stuff. But it's kind of like it was the opposite, where we're going to be like, it's going to optimize our, like, we're going to be sweeping and the AI is going to do all the creating. Like all the like fun and meaningful stuff is going to is being taken away first. And it's like, because of the bottleneck of building robots, it's like that's going to be the last thing to come around. And I don't even know what, how that's going to affect the labor market. If factories start replacing humans, what are most humans going to do? Who are you going to sell products to? You know what I mean? Like, I just like don't get. I think we're kind of in a very weird arms race of like, yeah, but like who do you sell stuff to if no one has a job where they can meaningfully participate? Not to get all super dark about it, but I'm just not sure where we're. There was a plane crash in India recently. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. Maybe it was India. So not talented. Wait, I cannot play any instrument. I always break them. I was thinking about getting not a guitar, but like a little instrument to learn how to play. You have problems with your temper, I see. You know what? I know you're saying that to him, but I used to, when I played a lot of first-person shooters when I was younger, I had to stop just because of anger issues. I started developing anger issues because of that, and I just stopped playing for like years. I just couldn't. have a woman who control you or some? Uh, no, no, I don't. No, there's no woman to control me. If that's what you're asking. I get where he's coming from though. I see plenty of artists here in Denmark. In Denmark, selling their art on their newly founded websites. It's 90% AI art with scattered same colors models throughout it. No effort, nearly all AI. Hopefully AI is gonna be used more intelligently in the future than it is now to enhance ability instead of create from nothing. Yeah, it's a weird merger. It's a weird merger, right? Because right now it kind of skipped past being a tool straight into just like, you know, it just does the thing, and then you're like out of the process, as far as I can tell. It's weird. It's weird, like living in these times because it's so. Like I just didn't, you know what I mean? Like I just didn't think we would be here that fast. I thought this part would be like when we're like in the like Star Trek era. You know, things have been settled. The like no one everyone has like is on like sort of a welfare system. Like you don't have to work. You just kind of you know. I thought we were gonna get there first. What's worrying is this is here first, which is like, I'm like, uh-oh, like this is not the first part I wanted. Like I was hoping to kind of switch those around, but I used the Lady Gaga "Kill Us" song out of respect for her godness, I guess, where she's coming with that kill AI, not kill all. As reference, shoot me typing on mobile is so hard. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I feel like spell check has become worse. It like guesses the wrong thing all the time. Um, Pretty much. So people clapping their hands over his AI that they've purchased. It's a bot drawing. Then he corrects it with programming tools after making it his art. And you do not see what you already wrote because it disappears. Not why. And where is us who work hard every day? Yeah, I made my art so that I tried to create something more thrilling than AI in about the same time. I made my art so I try to create something more thrilling than AI in about the same time. So I stretch 2 to 3 minutes on one piece, and this is an unfair fight. Yeah. No princess? Genja, no princess. No. I joined the Discord last night, kind of dead in there. No, it's super alive. I liked your stuff, I think. Now, I've seen people taking their time and do something so patiently makes me want to do it that way. Much more people appreciating those AI junkies are making me sick. Now, seeing people taking their time and do something so patiently makes me want to do it that way much more. Yeah, it's strange, but did you let me check? Were you the mascara person? Were Genjan? Are you the mascara person? Because I wasn't sure who was who. Because when people have like different names for different platforms, I can't. It's hard to remember one name for me. Oh my god. Bedlamazka. I'm gonna guess that's another Polish person. The CZK kind of gives it away. I'm gonna. I always misplace my mascara. Nice, nice. Hearts. Yes, I love hearts. I think we have like 44 members. I mean, you gotta have a lot of people to have like a super active Discord. Our Discord is kind of new, and you know, I think it takes a while to like get the motor running like that. That picture came out nicely. Is it swimming or flying? It's flying. It's floating. Anyway, time to cook some dinner. Have a good one. Good one. But thank you, Fluffy Zeus. I appreciate the follow and the donation or the subscribe. I'm just gonna slowly work away on this picture till it's perfect. Till I feel like it's post ready. You too. Take care. Nice. Jupoji, everyone's eating except me. Damn, this render is something new. Love it. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's still not. It's not still not where I want it to be. Honestly, I'm glad people like it, but yeah, it's not really quite what I was looking for. So there's still some refinement to do. I'm gonna go get standard printer paper because it's so smooth and I can like really kind of shine things up. Where would you put the princess though? Maybe top left? I don't think there's any room for the princess here. This is not that world. Just got home from a walk, long walk, super tired. Nice. Very cool. I was thinking about getting a bicycle here. You can get a decent bicycle these days for like pretty cheap. So I can traverse more land freely. Ours became a coat rack after using it 3 times. Are you sure you're gonna use it though, just in a few weeks? Well, right now is the season to buy. It's the end of the riding season, so right now would be a good time. I'm not in the market for a motorcycle. This is right now, like, if you go to like a motorcycle dealer that sells variety bikes, like used ones, you can probably pick up a 1000cc Super Sport for like 5,500. Right now is the time to buy like a motorcycle. If you just have the money to do that kind of a thing, to just wait till next year. Because if you wait till summer, you're gonna pay like 9,000. Right now is the time to go buy like Vince 9. Hey. I thought a bicycle. Yeah, I was just gonna start. I don't know. I'm probably not gonna buy a bicycle to be honest, but you know. I'm down for Yuri to draw a princess next. No, don't support this message. It's interesting. Love Metallica, great band. They are my live bucket list. Nice. I've never. I don't even. I don't. I don't think I know any of their songs. I know ACDC. ACDC. I'll add it to the music section. Nice. Vince Nine, how's it going, buddy? I don't. Well, I think I have seen you here for like recently, but I'm saying like yesterday. I don't think I did. Guitars, fiddles, yeah, no others, and Vu. Nice. Are you winning? I think I'm winning. It's flu season, everyone's sick. I think I'm next. Yeah, yeah, it is a sick season. Control yourself more. Nice. Will do. It's not Forrest is always winning. Nice, thank you. Those things are so expensive. Guitars, yeah. You can go down a rabbit hole with like musical instruments for sure. I never started that hobby. I thought about getting like a not yeah like an electric piano kind of a thing you can hook up to your computer and like kind of learn to do like basic music, fiddle with it. But then I realized I don't care about that stuff, and I'm just like, what am I thinking? I got 4,000 projects going on. I will never try again. That was just not my type of instrument. Too many vibrations. I will stick with just voice and harmonica. Ah, nice. Really, you play the harmonica? You know what's really fun? South Park's version of Paris Hilton and Caitlyn Jenner. So uncanny. I haven't seen South Park in, I'll be honest, in quite a while, like since high school maybe. I've dabbled back in just to like see kind of where things are at, and but yeah, it definitely like I feel like South Park is one of those things where it was huge when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I mean like early teenager, maybe like later on too. But I don't even know like what South Park is doing now. How's South Park feeling these days? What are they up to? It's like an old friend I forgot about. I definitely used to like him, but it was like a super edgy show when I was like, I don't know about now, but like when I was a kid, it was like supposed to be like the edgier show. I just know South Park has a game that is enjoyable for some. Oh, the Stick of Truth or whatever. That's the last I've heard of them. Yeah, South Park is my kind of cult lol. I haven't seen them for a minute. How world is small. It is weird how small it is. Yeah. Yeah, it was a great show. I mean I know it's still going, but it just kind of dropped off the map for me. I don't even know how you would like find it anymore. I don't have television. I haven't had television for like over probably 2 decades now. I don't watch it, but I do like checking out the version of celebrities. It's always so funny. I don't watch it, but I do. Yeah, that's I hear about it when when they do something crazy, like when they like they kind of go outside the norm spectrum and do something that then I hear about it in the news through friends, and that's how I keep tabs on it. It's just like when they do something super crazy, then you hear about it and it's like, oh yeah, I remember them. You should send a video of your work on DC uh, for us to see. Oh, Discord. I'm like, well, like DC Comics? What the? It's a cartoon. You just have to use adblock because ads are annoying. Oh, for the South Park thing? Yeah, they are pretty heavy with the... pretty heavy with them. Probably. You would not believe it, even if you heard it. I stick to paintings and I need to wait patiently, and those are super ugly. Simpsons, Family Guy. So I think Family Guy overall is like probably my more favorite show out of out of the bunch. I don't know. I think Family Guy held it together the most in terms of actually being funny. Like, The Simpsons I always liked, but I never like I don't think I ever like really laughed at Simpsons. I just kind of like it. It's just something nice to have in the background. But Family Guy is like, well, at least it used to be like funny. I don't know about now, but yeah, South Park was like super funny. Then it became like not funny for a long time. It became like more messagey, like a lot of messaging, and like I felt like it just kind of dropped the ball. It like forgot that it's like it's like you're a comedy show. Maybe calm down. You know what I mean? It's like maybe calm down with the political stuff. It's like you should just focus on being funny. You're a cartoon, you know. And then I feel like Family Guy just kind of held it together the longest. I can't sit through all the episodes, but I do appreciate the humor. Yeah. I like the game, The Simpsons. It's kind of tough. Oh, yeah, they did have like a GTA Simpsons, didn't they? I'm pretty sure I played that one. I never beat it. I do remember it being kind of tough. It had like a lot of... Didn't it have like a lot of time trial stuff? That's one thing I hate, is like when games don't know... I hate time trial missions, like where it's you have like 36 seconds to do something. Oh yeah, it's a full moon. It's actually pretty... When you're by the sea is glimmering and shimmering. I played it on the PSP. Oh, I think I remember playing one of the Simpsons games, like it was like a GTA style where you can drive around, but it was like on the original Xbox, I think. If I remember correctly, it was like something like that. The only Simpsons worth watching are the first 12 seasons. How many are there? How many are there 12, or is that like a joke? Like all of them should be watched? Because I know they've been around for a minute, but like he was just bored and all, so he just remade the game with the graphics today. Wait, what? Oh yeah, someone did a remake of that, lol. Yeah, that's cool. I kind of wish I didn't give up my Xbox 360. Not that I would ever play it, but I do wish, like, I was thinking about, like, I wanted to replay Gears of War 2, the campaign, and I'm like, I have no way of doing that now. And, yeah, I'm just locked out. I would like to have, like I said, wouldn't really play it that often. It'd be nice to, like, boot it up. I never got the red ring. I've had like 2 Xboxes, 3 actually, if you count the original. I never had any kind of major issues with any of them. They always worked fine. Everything after a major downgrade. Everything after. Oh, okay. Is there really 37 seasons? Okay. It should just become a national priority. Like it should just be sponsored by the government. That even if no one's watching, that The Simpsons just lives on as such an integral core of the American culture that they have to like keep it going. You know what I mean? It's like beyond, sort of transcends beyond like the importance of the market. Like just keep it going. I think that's what they should do with The Simpsons. I'm not gonna watch any of them, but they predict something. Well, didn't they predict something? They predict the future. I think they work with the shamans. Oh, The Simpsons predicting stuff. Yeah, they've had like very strange. They've had like very eerie predictions that ended up kind of coming to fruition. very, very interesting. I don't take too much of that stuff into account because I kind of feel like if you had a show for like a multi-decade show and then some stuff correlates with some stuff and like well, like, you know, like you're gonna what do they say, like the broken clock is right twice a day kind of thing. So it's kind of, that's kind of, I'm like, just statistically you're gonna you're gonna get some false positives there. But yeah, some of them are pretty good, like when Nick, I sent you a video on Insta about vanishing points, but I don't know how to add the link here to the guys to see. I think you can't. I think you're. I don't think you can put links into chat. I think Japochi can because he's a mod. Maybe give it to him and see if he wants. I think chat, or maybe you can. I'm not really sure. I think chat is off limits for links, and that's to protect me and others. I sent it on Discord. Yeah, just put it on Discord because the chat link thing is sort of important. I think it's good to not. So if I want to see, so if anyone want to see, yeah, I'll check it out. I say that, but sometimes I forget. Sometimes after the stream, I just kind of go on and walk the dog and start my other things, and I just forget. But I try. I think I kept watching The Simpsons up to the 17th, 18th season. Then I realized the show had become total garbage. Yeah, sometimes it'll happen. Sometimes you'll get that. I was never that connected with it. I was always more of a Family Guy, South Park guy, or just like Adult Swim in general. Did you guys have Adult Swim over there across the pond? Like, did you guys have like that late night show? I guess you guys didn't have that, did you? You guys must have had like, it was like for the bad kids after like 10 p.m. they would play like kind of like the naughtier cartoons like Gundam and like more violent kind of stuff. Like I don't know, just Samurai Champloo or whatever that it was called. It was like they would play all like the hardcore stuff after like 9:30 or 10 p.m. That's the Adult Swim. That's when you like knew like you were like grown up. You're like watching all this like. It was like before you discovered the internet. It was like, whoa, this stuff is pretty hardcore. I'm pretty happy with the way that's. I think that that panel needed to be a lot darker than what I had it. Like it's working now for me. Was there rain effects? That was calming. Yeah, it's a Morrowind soundtrack, and I think there was. I do remember there being some water effects. Love the new music. It's giving Hogwarts Harry Potter lol. Yeah, it's I don't know if you've ever played Morrowind. It was like quite a great game. I love Morrowind. Um, I didn't never beat it, but it was like for its time, it was so revolutionary. I think it was like on the original Xbox, and it was like that's where I played it the most. But it was like, it was like I don't know. You just there wasn't anything like it at the time, you know, where you had like a true RPG like that. I haven't. I haven't. Is it like a Diablo-esque style? No, it's not a top-down RPG. It's not an action. I mean, it is action, but it's much more like detailed of a game. It's much more into like the character stuff, not so much into like killing endless waves of creatures, kind of like Diablo. This is more like you're in the world, first-person view. There's things like you can get bit by vampires, and now you're a vampire for the rest of the game until you find like a potion to heal yourself. It's but there was actually that game kind of had like something unique about it, where if you were you could kill off some of the casts that would allow you to progress through the game, and thereby like you can like ruin a run. I don't know. You had to know a thing or two for that game. Like you had to know a thing or two, but But Damn, sounds complicated. Yeah, it's kind of a It's not really. It's not really really complicated, but it is like. It's definitely like, you know, it was definitely like a more hardcore RPG. Like you're into the. You gotta pay attention to stuff. It's not like a sleep your way through the game kind of game. You do definitely have to understand the mechanics and stuff. I think the best RPG though like ever made though is Kenshi. It's your type of game. No, I mean like the thing is I like Call of Duty. I do like simple action games too. Like I go all over the place. Like I like strategy games. I I don't like the only kind of games I don't like is like maybe racing games. I'm not into that. But sports games don't care about that. But in terms of like you know same, but I do enjoy co-op stuff. I like Tekken, like Mortal Kombat like games. Nice. Yeah, I do like Mortal Kombat because of like nostalgia and stuff. Metal Apocalypse was so hilarious. I remember that. I know Aqua Teen, Hunger Force, and Metal. Yeah, those were definitely like adult. I know Adult Swim, but maybe it's like a channel you have to pay for here. Oh, okay. Mermaider, Face Fisted. Yeah, I never watched the Metal Op. Like I only caught a few episodes. I know about that show, but in even Aqua Teen Hunger Force, it was like the like I don't know like why I didn't like get into them super heavy because they seemed like they would be funny or like up my alley, but I just never like I don't know. I guess I never stayed up late enough to watch those. I was like tuckered out. I don't know. Like with Tekken, like Mortal Kombat, like I'm kind of a short-tempered before when I was a kid because I get laughed by childhood friends because I didn't know how to do fatality. I still don't know how to do. I hope they simplified it because I can't remember sequences of buttons. Keanu Reeves isn't single anymore. I'm devastated. Nice. I used to print a sheet for the combo and put it on a clear book. I use a printer sheet or the combos. I put it on clear. Nice. Uh, you need to be a heavy metal fan to fully appreciate Metalopocalypse. Probably, yeah. I'm a very passive metal fan. Like I like 10% of my music is metal. That's kind of where I'm at. You know what I mean? I'm very like, if it's like the best of the best, then yeah. But I don't like listen to heavy metal as a rule. I definitely switch between that and like techno and other genres and stuff. Keanu has been low-key dating chick for decades. Has he really? I don't keep up with like celebrities, but I believe it. I mean, the guy's got. I mean, he's part of the biggest franchise of all time. Maybe one of the most beloved movies, right? Matrix, and then like he has a motorcycle company, which I've looked at their motorcycles. They're I forget what they're called, but I wasn't like a super big fan of their design. But I get where they're going. It's like stylized choppers, but they're like more like sportier choppers. I guess is like what the look would be. But there's nothing really quite like them. They do look good for like the people that are looking for like a sporty chopper look. I'm more of a like I like a traditional like four-cylinder inline four sport bike, kind of like racetrack bike, kind of Ducati, Honda, that kind of that's more like my motorcycle that I like. Blue guy, hey man, you know, like if I had to get a motorcycle, it would be that. But or 80s Japanese like 80s like cruiser bikes. A lot of those are like very appealing to me now. As far as the look, I like the raw metallic kind of like no fairing look of those bikes. But in terms of yeah, I mean, anyway, I went totally off track. We're talking about Keanu Reeves. Yeah, I'm sure he's had like, you know what I mean. Like it's hard to be at that level because like someone's trying to slide into his DMs. You know what I mean? Like at that level, it's like he's kind of like hit the limit, like as far as how cool you can get in life. Let me come right back to you guys. Let me come right back to you guys. I'll be right back in 1 second. Mm. cool limit exceeded. Yeah, I think this is like, because he maintained his cool too. He never became. I feel like Keanu Reeves never became like. I mean, I don't know, right? It could be all public image stuff, but like he seemed like he's pretty cool. Like, you know what I mean? He didn't like turn. He didn't let it turn him into. You know, they say something along the lines of like you, money shows who you are or whatever. Seems like it seems like he's pretty cool. There's a couple people like that where. The other one is the other one that I like personally is like Casper Van Dien. He was in Starship Troopers, and he just after that movie, I don't know what he was doing. I think he became like a hand model, and now he like streams on Twitch. I rated Casper Van Dien just out of like because I like the Starship Troopers movie, and I'm like, this is like crazy. Like Casper Van Dien is streaming Starship Troopers the game. And I just thought that was magical. And so he seems like he's not, he didn't like go crazy, but who knows, right? Like, does fame make you crazy, or were they crazy and then like the fame kind of exposes it? We don't know, but there's a couple people out there that they can like handle the tides of it and just know that they're like, you know, just be chill. And I agree, he's wholesome and very cool. Yeah. Who would be the female version of Cool Exceeded? Man. I'm trying to think. Nick, on painting, but I still fall asleep. I can't paint like you. I gotcha. No, it keeps me awake. I definitely like get more focused when I draw, I think. Like it doesn't make me sleepy. It's mostly like when I read, that's when I like get all sleepy. Wait. I've seen Keanu in real life. Nice. But he was like 20 feet away from me. Oh, cool. Who's the female version of Cool Exceeded? I'm gonna draw you. Oh, dude, we got another person drawing me. Blue guy, thank you. Nice. I think that would be my fourth one, right? We had that one artist. We had the one girl. We're getting up there. Future Oil. I think this will be the. If you draw me, that'll be the fourth me being drawn. I appreciate that. I'm trying. Who's like a famous female person that like is dope? I don't know. Some celebs have down-to-earth attitude. Yeah. True. Angelina Jolie. I don't know. I don't know anything about her. Like, I'm not sure what she's up to these days. Hugh Jackman is pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know too much about him. I'll, uh, yeah, don't know what happened to him. I'm sure that might be true. I don't know either. She was great as Lara. Is it flattering when people draw you? I appreciate it. Like, I don't know. It's a little weird, but I get it. I don't know. Wolverine. Yeah. I guess it's pretty easy because I sit in the same position and I don't like really move around, so it's kind of like easy to draw me, I think. Has anyone ever gotten creepy on here? Yeah, there's been like, I'd say like weird more so than creepy. People have got definitely had like weird people come through. But I kind of knew that's the door I'd be opening if I was on the internet, so it's okay. I'm not, you know what I mean? Because you can always just kind of ban them if they get like really weird and it's like story time. No, it's not really like any. I mean, like, not to bring. Well, I don't want to bring up like names. Not like that. I don't know their real names or anything, but innuendo. Like, he brought up some like political stuff. I guess that's not like really creepy, but it's just like when they cross a line into like saying certain things, I have to be like, yo, yo, you know. But I take into account. I try to take into account that some people are like have, you know, maybe like a little like brain issue, that they like don't get things or whatever, mistranslations through text. I try to take all that into account, but when they say things that could hurt the channel, I just have to get rid. The creepy weirds, it's fine. It's just that it's more like once they start saying things like, oh, that could be perceived as controversial or could hurt the channel. That's what I'm like, oh, sorry, bro, I gotta pull the plug on you. That's more my thing is, it's not really like about me. I'd say like I don't really ban people for like, it's more like if they're just saying something that, or if someone's, you know, because like once you let a thing happen, then like others, like they're like mosquitoes, they converge. They're like, oh, this is the place where we can all be, and then you get more of that. So you have to like, you know, you gotta like kind of, yeah, keep it chill. I still need to embroidening the middle of painting for not fall asleep. I still need to embroidering in the middle of painting to not fall asleep. Wait. Has anyone ever said anything outright rude about your work? I had a person in here that was like, they were saying that like, I like your work, but the things you were drawing the other time were like disgusting because like there was like a lot of goo. I was drawing like these hatchlings and they were telling me like it was making them sick. And so I said, you know, I looked into it and they do have to be drawn like that. So I just, it's fine. I just come back with a comeback or something. But I didn't like that one. I didn't like because it's sort of like that person is trying to like I feel like they're trying to control me, kind of a thing where they are trying to be like, I really like your thing, but could you tone this down or that down? And that's not the way to approach it, right? I think because then I just go in the opposite direction. I add more goo to the situation. I'm just like, no, because I don't want to be. The reason I stream and I don't do commissions is so I have the freedom to draw exactly what I want. And I don't want to draw what I don't want to draw. So if someone's kind of like they're trying like if they're trying to like kind of say things where they're like trying to guide me into a situation where I'm like, oh, let me watch out for that thing because they're not gonna like the goo from the hatchlings. I kind of I'm like, no, they have to be like that. Sorry, that's just what it is. And so that's kind of where I'm at with that is um mm-hmm. What was the hatchlings image? I don't have it around me anymore. It was like, remember I was drawing those like weird little people that were coming out of the big eggs, and there was like goop everywhere, like placenta like goop coming out of the egg, and I think that's what they were referring to. But to me, it's like, um, if someone makes a suggestion to draw something, I may or may not do it. But ultimately, it's like I don't want to allow that anxiety to go in my head where I'm like controlling what I'm drawing because somebody likes it or not. You know what I mean? This is about like me just drawing what I want and stuff. And I take suggestions here and there, but for most part, I don't. I definitely don't want to have that like sort of allow that underlying like anxiety to settle in where it's like, oh, I better not draw this because like that ain't if I wanted maximum exposure and sort of growth, I would not be drawing, nutrient pustules, right? That's not what you draw when you want to have maximum popularity. So I definitely want to keep it like real in terms of like what I'm interested in and not compromise on that, even though that will be a lot slower in terms of overall growth because how many people want to watch like floating bugs and so it's not posted anywhere. You'd have to. No, I didn't post that one because it was just me sketching. It wasn't like a full image. You would have to go back on YouTube and like rewatch the episodes to like find that when I said that. But I was just looking through old posts. Yeah, it's not gonna be on the post because I never posted it. It was just more of a sketch that how sometimes I just sketch and they're not really like meant to be posted. I just kind of go. It just goes into my. It might like if you could see my old stories, which I don't think you can because they disappear. It'd be like in there, kind of a thing. call the image of the old guy painting a disaster piece. Slipknot have a song called Disaster Piece. That was the commission name. I don't know what I would call it if that was because I drew it for them. But yeah, I think that was one of my greatest works in terms of like having some sort of meaning to it. You know, the guy is drawing a painting that is coming alive and like drawing him into the painting, kind of thing. I think it was like pretty high concept. Normally I just draw creatures, but that one was like I should do like a redo or something because like it's too good. The dragon smolder thorn looks insane. Is that the big one, or because I know I have like two dragons? Let's see. Where do I need to? Disaster Piece is definitely one of your best. The dragon sitting atop a castle. Yeah. I actually thought my other dragon that's sitting that was sitting like backwards to you was like that was my like favorite dragon. As far as like the way it turned out, I'm like, yo, this dragon is dope. Literally a Kaiju dragon? Kaiju dragon? Does your mom like your artwork? Yeah, she loves it. It's not good if it's not on her fridge. It's in that case, no, she's not that into it. What's something your mom would love for you to draw for her? I don't know. I don't know. We're kind of on different spectrums in terms of the or things we enjoy spectrums. She's into like boring stuff like flowers, and I'm not. You know what I mean? I don't think she's like yearning for me to like draw something for her. She's like on a different wavelength in terms of what she's interested in. Flowers are pretty. She's female? Yeah, she's female. Kaiju monster in Japanese. Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't know any Japanese. I was watching this show on YouTube about like this dude living like talking about traditional Japanese houses with like how they used to heat stuff and like the floor plan and like what separates them from like sort of a Western sort of design of the more modern Japan housing. And yeah, it's pretty interesting. Maybe if I'll become a rich artist, I'll go become a hermit in Japan and go buy one of those like old houses and fix it up. Although I know Japan is kind of expensive, so this, you know. What initially got you interested in bugs and stuff? I just always like creatures and you know. I wouldn't say I'm like super interested. Like it's definitely like 1/3 of what I draw, but like I don't have like a super obsession with insectoids, but it's something to return to. Um, Interesting designs, you know. I can't exactly put where it began though, but it's used for gigantic monsters like Godzilla. Is a kaiju? Oh, okay. So only for the super big ones. Цветы очень красивые. Nice. It's true, true. The Cloverfield creature is a kaiju. The creature in Pacific Rims are kaiju. Hmm. I was almost like I was looking around. Speaking of kaiju's, I mean these aren't really monsters, but I was looking at like Gundam platforms on eBay. Like I was thinking about ordering like a model kit, but I ended up not doing it because I have so many things that need to be painted and things that need to be completed that Ruski Yazik, yep. I don't need to spend like money on buying another model kit that won't get finished anytime soon. So, but for some reason I was thinking about them last night. I was just checking out the prices. They're actually not really that expensive. I was expecting like there's like some pretty cheapy ones out there, like $20 ones. And I don't know. I didn't pull the trigger on buying one, but I was thinking about it. Buying a Gundam kit. I would rather do like Mech Warrior kind of stuff, maybe. Or something. Maybe like sort of traditional, sort of early mech stuff. Appeals to me a little bit more than the Gundam because it's a little. The Gundam stuff is a little too cartoony. I don't really feel like it's a model kit. It's more like an assembled toy to me because also I think like they move around and anything that's like moves around, like if it has joints, I'm like that's a toy. It's not a. I don't know if they do, but I'm pretty sure they do. Like once you assemble them, you can like move them around, and to me that's a toy. That's not a model kit. Like which which piece of art is your mom's favorite? That's yours, of course. Probably the disaster piece. As of like more recent ones. Probably that one. Because that's what she told me. So I'm like, yeah. I bet she's proud of you. Yeah, I think she's proud of me. Oh yeah. I remember now. I gotta do this part up right here. I gotta get this under control. Noomba one Stunta. Greetings, Earthlings. Earthling, I am Noomber the Stunter. Nice. Welcome, man. Damn, it's firework night tonight. There's some serious fireworks going off right now. Based on what? Why do you guys have fireworks? Loud AF. Nice. I played probably one of the best Castlevania games today. Maybe even better than Bloodlines and Symphony of the Night. Rondo of Blood on the PC engine. On the PC engine. CDC. Oh, CD. Okay. I don't think I've ever played any of the Castlevania games, if I'm being honest. Wait, where Disney doesn't start till late? Disneyland doesn't start till late. Happiest place on earth. I've never been to Disneyland myself. November 5th, the fireworks night here. Love the animated series. 2 story was fire. Didn't even know it had one. Yeah, on Netflix. It's pretty good. It was kind of slow, but the season finale are always good. Finales are always good. November 5th is firework night here. Is it correlated with like a holiday, or is it just they just picked November 5th to be that fireworks night? This rondo of blood is incredible. I haven't such much experience on this system, but it's really good. I would shit myself as a kid if I got this back in the Inception. The rondo of blood is incredible. Okay. You're saying you're playing that on PC? You haven't? It's so much fun. I used to have a pass for years. I'd visit like 1x a month. You should go. It's very appealing to the eye. Star Wars Land is a dream. Yeah, it probably would. I would probably find something there fun, but I never had a great urge to go to. I mean, when I was a kid, it sounded like fun and stuff, but now I'm just like most things are kind of like not for me, I think. But yeah, Star Wars would be like I've seen the Star Wars stuff, like where they have the stormtroopers walking around. I'd probably enjoy that kind of stuff, but I've heard it's gotten like a lot more expensive though. I've heard like Disneyland isn't like what it used. It's like kind of like pricey now to go. I mean, maybe it always has been, but like you know what I mean. I'm like, I would go if I could like sleep in the back of a car and then someone took me there and woke me up, I would do that. But I'm not, if I have to put forth the effort, I'm like, nah, I'm out. For those reasons, I'm out. Guy Fawkes. Oh my god, I can't say it without sounding like the F word. Guy. Guy Fawkes Day Bonfire Night and Night Fireworks Night is an annual commemoration observed on 5th November, primarily in Great Britain, involving bonfires and fireworks. Displays its history begins with the events of 5th November 1605 OS, when Guy Fawkes. It sounds like Fawkes. Am I saying that right? Guy Fawkes, a member of the gunpowder plot, was arrested while guarding explosives the plotters had placed beneath the House of Lords. The Catholic plotters had intended to assassinate Protestant King James and his parliament. Celebrating that the king had survived, peoples lit bonfires around London. Months later, observance of 5th November Act mandated an annual public day of Thanksgiving for the plot's failure. Wow, that's interesting. You would think, like, isn't that interesting how history can change on a whim like that? But like you think like once you're like the king, things are kind of stable, but it can all turn around. You just never know. If they had succeeded, who knows where things would be, right? I think it's like Fox, Guy Fox. Yeah, I think that's how you say it. I'm not sure. The architecture is amazing. It's always pretty pricey, but it's a dream. You'll probably end up going at some point. Most females love Disneyland. Nice. Oh, thank you, Sarah Gigo, for the emoji. We say it like Guy Forks. Ah, we say it like Guy Forks. I see, I see, I see. Yeah, I think that, like I said, the Star Wars stuff would be kind of interesting to see, like, because that is kind of appealing, you know. Would you guys say like Star Wars now has like a future retro kind of a look to it? Because I feel like when they made the prequels, they were trying to like modernize the look to like look like it's the future for the modern audience, right? Like the look of the you know the prequels, but like I feel like with the newer movies, the newer content they're making for Star Wars, it's like they went back on that kind of like having more sort of mechanical looking kind of dials and things of that nature and buttons, and I would almost like say that Star Wars is like bordering on it's playing with that kind of retro futuristic kind of vibe, almost like Kenshi, where it's post apocalypse and there's everything is in the looks like it's in the past except the technology that survived into the future, and that stuff exists within the world of Kenshi. And I kind of feel like Star Wars is kind of like that a little bit, where it's not really. I know it's like a futuristic thing, but it's kind of like also the past a little bit. I don't know. I feel like Star Wars kind of rides that line visually where it borders on not being a futuristic looking movie. The visual language, you mean. Kenshi seems like a pretty fun game. I would throw weeks of my life. Yeah, it's definitely the like I that's why I didn't pursue it, because I realized that Kenshi was gonna be like one of those like, you know, I'm like a year is about to disappear from my life if I keep playing Kenshi, only to find out nuances of a world that like don't kind of like don't matter. Like, you know, 22 viewers. What? Nice. Thank you, Future Oil, for the update. I haven't looked up there for a minute. Star Wars area is really cool from top to bottom. You would appreciate it. You just described that whole area. It's futuristic, but also like sort of perfectly disheveled. It makes sense. Yeah, I would like, honestly, if they made like, not necessarily Disney, but if someone would have bought out Gears of War and made like one of those like cities that they have, like this sort of like, you know how Gears of War looks. That would be fun to walk around in if they kind of replicated that. I didn't like the darn scene in Revenge of the Sith where Obi-Wan went to an alien diner with waitress robots. I didn't like that darn scene in Revenge of the Sith. Is that the old movies or is that the new movies? Is that where is that the prequels where the little kid is racing around, or that's the Darth Vader? The little kid is Darth Vader, right? No, spoilers alert. Sorry. Spoiler, that little kid becomes Darth Vader, right? Am I following that correctly? I'm just confused about which part I need to watch the original. I still haven't seen the original Star Wars. Wow. Spoilers. Spoiler. Yeah, I think the little yeah, no need to watch it now. Just so you guys know. I don't know at which point Master Chief gets the black armor, but I guess he had, you know, I didn't play all the way through Halo, but at some point he gets like a lightsaber and stuff. It's very convoluted, the whole, you know. The Vader is Luke's father. Nice. Why is Darth Vader green? You haven't? No, I've never seen the original movies all the way through. I've seen clips of it on television because, you know, it gets talked about and stuff. But Revenge of the Sith with us. Now I don't even know how you get it. I don't have a VCR. Like, I don't know how you watch it now. Outside of paying YouTube like $70 to like rent it. Bro, time to watch. Revenge of the Sith was the third prequel. Revenge of the Sith was the third prequel. Empire Strikes Back. Yeah, none of these words mean anything. I don't know what you guys are saying words that don't mean anything to me because I don't have a recall to those words. I mean, I know you're saying Star Wars things, but beyond that, I don't know what those words are. Who needs VCR when you got me? Oh, do you have it on? Do you have it? You've acquired it in a legal fashion then? You have to say yes. Watching Star Wars should be part of the Civics test law. Dude, that honestly, yeah, they should force you to watch a Ridge. Like, you have to sit all the way through without dozing off. If you doze off, they like don't let you in the country. I just got a lightsaber. That would be a good test. I just got a lightsaber on Monday, lol. Darth Vader red. Nice. Slipknot, I agree, lol. High school exit. Nice. I just rewatched the remake of it, and about Clown, it's not that bad. Oh, I like the new It movie. I actually kind of liked it. You know what? You know what the issue is? I think with the It movie. This is my personal take. Don't get offended. It's like the only thing I didn't like about the It movie is it kind of was like treading that. It's the same thing with the Stranger Things. I loved it, but the issue is like they kind of have this issue with like the tone where it's kind of like you're watching like this silly 80s movie and it's like very upbeat and lighthearted, and then when the dark stuff starts, it's so dark and it's like the contrast is so like jarring that I'm like, whoa, when did this movie become a different movie? I felt like it was like I was watching like a teenager's movie, you know, like. And then suddenly it was like, whoa, like, this is like, the tone is, it was, yeah, I just thought, like, I loved it, but, like, I think the tone could have been kind of like I think like a good example of tone keeping is like Harry Potter or The Lord of the Rings. Those like know like how to keep it like in the same tone. Whereas I feel like it was like kind of like all over the place. I'm like, this doesn't feel like we just started a new movie kind of here. Like it's way too dark suddenly. I can't beat the original 2-part made for TV version of it. Yeah, I know I watched the original. I think you know what? I think I watched part of it, one of the It's, and the shower scene. Like I remember there was a shower scene, and like I tapped out. I'm like, nah, I'm good. Teenager was brutally harassing the kids, and no adults are taking action on it. 80s were harsh. Actually, 80s were brutal. The 80s were brutal. You gotta start with the original 1976 version of Star Wars. I have them on DVD. Future Oil of Star Wars or It. I'm not sure which one we're referring to. You got to remember, I'm not media educated. Like I'm very outside that spectrum. Star Wars, nice. I sure love Star Wars. I couldn't sleep remembering the old Pennywise when I was a kid. Yeah. The other one I tapped out on when I was a kid was the what was the one, the guy with the nails in his head? What was the name of that? That's another one that I kind of just, it was like true eldritch horror. Like I was like, yeah, I'm good. Now it doesn't. It seems like kind of like not like that. It doesn't seem as scary or whatever. It's like kind of silly. But when I was a kid, I'm like, yo, this is like probably something kids shouldn't watch. Oh, I know. It did get dark with that backstory. I did not care for that. Yeah. Hellraiser, yeah. God's Hammer says, stack up. Strike when convenient. Nice. Chucky used to scare me. Yeah, Chucky was another one. I didn't really like ever super care for Chucky, but also Pan's Labyrinth. No, Pan's Labyrinth I really liked. I like Pan's Labyrinth a lot. And I think I was like old enough to where it was just the right age for it to be like a scary movie, but I was like the root that little root creature she had under her bed. I'm like, yo, this is like some deep like some like deep European like fear, kind of like that whole like creepy little root thing that she had growing under her bed in the milk bowl. I'm like, yo, like there's something about that felt like really, I'm like, I don't know, this seems like it's like kind of deeply ingrained. This came from like some ancient memory. I've had conversations with people who saw OG It back in the 90s. They agreed it was a very scary experience. Yeah. Chucky was camp. Nails in the head, you mean Pinhead from Hellraiser? Yeah. Hellraiser, I tapped out on that one when I was a kid. I'm like, yeah, this is too much. You know what's funny is like going back and watching like Freddy Krueger films, they seem so like kind of like not scary now. They seem silly almost. Like, but back then it was like, you know, I had to like turn that off. Hellraiser was wild. I think so. I think Hellraiser was probably not a kid's movie. For what they were, I think first couple were okay, but the later ones got a little too graphic. For what they were, I think first couple were okay, but later on got a little too graphic and muddied and stuff. I didn't want to be seen. Yeah, I think I forget what movie, but yeah, I know what you mean. I think a lot of movies, like, yeah, I think the horror stuff is not super appealing to me, and I mean like the sort of the graphic, like the blood and like that kind of stuff isn't like super. I don't think that's high level horror. You know, like I said, I think my favorite sort of my favorite type of horror is like the game Soma. I'm not sure like what it's based off of, if there was a novel that they like took that idea from or what. But I think that's like what I think is like sort of is like, it does have like gruesome parts in the game, but that's not the point of it. It's sort of like the main guy who is saved from his brain cancer is downloaded into like this machine thing, and then he sees all these humans who are dying on this vessel or this underground facility, and they can't see that they're machines, but he can clearly see it. But as you go through the game, you start to see yourself as a machine. You realize that you're not human anymore. And then when a copy is made of you to be saved into Eden, like where you rebuild, that's a copy of you did go up there. So that copy thinks it's saved, but you get to stay, your version of you gets to stay and die underground. Or underwater base or whatever. And I'm like, yo, this is like what good psychological horror is. It's like thought-provoking. It's not just bodies being ripped in half like the entire thing, you know. I thought that was like my favorite kind of thing. If you know, if you talk about like sort of dark kind of imaginary worlds, something like that, that was pretty good. But yeah, to me, like too much gore, I think it's like a lesser form of horror. I'm like, yeah, you know, it gets old. It's fine. My favorite horror is alien stuff, like Alien and Encounters. Yeah, if you mean Alien, like the Alien film, yeah, the first Alien film I think is the perfect horror movie. It's about as good as like anything can get, in terms of like physical, sort of having an alien on board kind of a situation. I thought it was like the perfect movie. I can get over the gore and stuff if it's got a good story or some kind of substance, but if it's just trying to schlock or shock or whatever, I don't like that. Yeah, it's just a lesser form. I mean, it's like you kind of grow out of like, it's fine. It can be entertaining and stuff. Noted. So how many times one should be shocked per chapter episode? When writing gore, I think that depends on you. I mean, it's fine. Like, there's odd. Like, I think like. Sorry, there's a fucking fly in here, dude. I think like. I think it's more about the build up I don't know. It just depends. Like, there's different people that like. It's fine to. There's an audience for that too. I don't think the media has to be genius, right? I'm sure you can write sort of gory horror that's not like great literature, and it's fine. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I don't have a take on like how often you should do that or not do that. I think that's more up to the artist's kind of interpretation of when to pull the trigger on that kind of stuff. But I think it's more about the like building up to it, if that makes sense. It's like I like with like the Alien movie, there was a lot of silhouette kind of stuff. There was a lot of like suggestions and things of that nature where it kind of like puts you in that kind of like letting you play with your imagination a little bit. You know, you have the hint of an alien, then maybe they show the silhouette, then da da da. It kind of like lures you into the thing, and then there's like something that happens. If the alien is just if it's like brightly lit and like the alien is just killing one person after the other, your brain just kind of tunes it out. You don't care. So it's about luring the person into like imagining stuff, and then, but it's I think that's up to the artist or like the writer's kind of like interpretation of how and when you're gonna pull the trigger on that for it to have the most effect. I sat in the forest to make a picture of the moon, and right at dog droppings. So lucky. And right at dog droppings? Nice. Entire road I was cleaning shoes and it was following me right to home. Duck me, I will not stop. The entire road I was cleaning the shoes. It was following me right to home. Duck me, I will not stop. I see, I see. Yeah, there's nothing like stepping in dog poo. You know what's worse than dog poo is duck poo. It actually smells really rancid. And it's harder to spot because it's a lot smaller. So watch out for that. Watch out near like waterfronts where ducks hang out. Be careful. That stink will follow you for sure. You need new shoes after that one. I know from experience. Until Dawn, the game or the movie, because the movie kind of strayed away from the game. Live Predator 2, Love Predator. Speaking of Predator, the new one is coming out tomorrow. Never mind, November 7th. Okay. Yeah, I'm not a big force at night kind of person, to be honest. a more inside in front of the computer kind of guy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm good off of that experience, but I get it. We're all different. There is some true gore of modern XXI century city life. You are forcing yourself to run, and there are thousands of minds waiting. No need to change shoes. It was all over my jumper and pants. Did you roll around in the dog poo? Like, usually you just step. You. How did you get that much on you? I don't know. That's. Sounds like one of the most tragic, like, slip and falls of all time. Let me check Kick really quick. I'm just out of curiosity. I'm like, do we have anybody on the old Kicker? Oh, nice. There is a viewer over there. Nice. Okay, sorry. When talking about enough of gore, enough is enough. I must have sat there just in the right spot. Yeah, it'll happen. I mean, we've all had that. You know what I mean? Who hasn't had that happen to them? Dude, it's getting warm in here. I'm gonna take my hoodie off really quick. 1 second. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. I can't believe how warm it's getting inside. My sister used to tell me, if you do something, commit 100%. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Jipochi, the movie adaptation? Are we making Jipochi the movie? Oh, thank you for the welcome back. We need to make Jipochi the movie. Nobody's gonna watch that. Hopefully I get to see the ending where I get rich. Oh, I know. I'm like, please turn this story into something good. Don't let this be like, don't let this be a sad European film where it ends on like, you know what I mean? Like, let this be an American movie where I win at the end. Please. I feel like I'm living inside of a European-made movie where the character realizes something and he just is sad at the end. What's your favorite film? Ooh, lol. What's your favorite film? Oh, geez. What's my favorite film? I'm just gonna have to say Starship Troopers. I don't know. That's my default. It's not really anymore. I don't like rewatch it, but like, I think overall, like, if you take the scope of my life, it has been like my favorite movie. Not that I don't like it, but you know what I mean. It's just like, that's kind of like encapsulates kind of like like my interest is like space conquering and bugs, you know, kind of stuff. My favorite film is Terminator 2. That's a good one. Yeah, easy A. Love rom-coms. Is that a movie or is that like a phrase? It's a movie. Oh, okay. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Appreciate it. Emma Stone stars in it. It's pretty wild how her roles have shifted throughout the years. I'm telling you, Jipochi, what was that movie with where there's a cult and they suspect that girl of being like connected to aliens? I want to make a movie like if movie isn't about that. This is what I want to do. I want to make a scary movie. Like you got like these rednecks in the woods, right? This is how the movie starts. It's like a cult, like a religious cult kind of a thing. They got like old timey radios or listening to signals, and they capture a girl from the city, like who wants to be a lawyer or something, right? An up and comer, and they like capture her, and they're like, "You're an alien." You know, they trap her in a basement, kind of thing, and that's the opening of the movie. But then like the movie goes on, sheriff gets involved, you know, like the typical kind of thing, and then you figure out the girl actually is an alien. Like they were right the whole movie. The cult was right about her being like sort of the start of an alien invasion. They're sending like attractive young women down or whatever as like spies, and like that should be like the twist. Like they were right the whole time. And we'll even have like the scenes where they go in the basement. There's like newspapers with like lines connected, and like you know how crazy people, they like connect the dots, but then you find the sheriff like finds out that like it is an alien, but he can't, like, how do you sell that idea to other people, right? So that should be like the movie we make about that. I'm almost certain that that's what that movie's about. I just can't prove it because we haven't seen it. From Zombieland to, because it's an easy good twist. That would be an easy good twist because you don't expect that to come about. We never know. I hope the movie comes out. Lol, it'll come out. I love Back to the Future Part 2. Yeah, the time traveling movies, those were fun. Those were really good movies, yeah. It's not bad advice. I forgot what I said. Go to the forest and sing and shout zero scare. There are just beavers and wolves here, but in small packs. You know, I wonder if people who are in a cult behind closed doors, they say, yeah, we're a cult, lol. No, I think most people are blind to, like, because you don't, you know what I mean? Things only look weird from the outside. That's why there's, such thing as a culture shock. But when you're in it, you think it's normal. So I think most cults, like, they're pretty convinced that they're, like, and even people who are from the outside, if you spend enough time, you, like, slowly get accustomed to the weirdness. That's my take on it. That's kind of how I think it works, is, like, kind of like that. Bugonia is available to watch. What is that? We never know, and I hope the movie comes out. Well, You know, I wonder if people who are in a... Oh, I read that already. No bears. Yeah, bear is like... I didn't realize... You know, I got into a whole argument with a friend. I didn't realize bears could run, like, really fast. I thought like, a human could outrun a bear, but then I found out that you actually can't at all. They're really fast, which is strange. Like, you would think humans, being the way we're designed, would be way faster than bears, but bears are actually, like, not even close. They're like, way faster. Well, Jim Jones just said, drink the Kool-Aid, and then everyone was dead. Yeah, I mean, like, look, it's, like, the thing is that I think people, like, are very malleable. Like, you can kind of really change the perception, um, people's perception, if they're just... If they get one kind of message and they don't have alternatives, you believe it. You know what I mean? Like, even when, like, it doesn't even, like, even if you know better, I think with time you just kind of, your brain does, like, it'll just slowly start to believe it. Mm, yeah, when I read about the frontal part of the brain, I didn't realize it doesn't fully develop until like 25 or 30. I'm 35. I'm pretty sure it still hasn't fully developed. We're working on it though. But yeah, it takes a while for it to develop. Yeah. All in God's timing, he wrote the script. Uh, is that a movie or is that a reference? When I read, oh, sorry. All in God's timing, he wrote the script, like God did, or is that a movie? Sorry, I don't know if that's the name of the movie or you're saying it's all in God's writing. Frontal pre-cortex. Yeah. Yep. Big fan of that part of my brain. All it does is pre-cortexes stuff all day. Nice. Very convenient. I started painting when I was 29. Oh, okay. That's good. 'Cause, 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 ' Someone's got to remind me to go pick up printer paper. Or not printer paper, but like cardstock paper. That's what I want to try next. This one still has texture on it. I guess, you know, they all have some texture on it, but I want to draw on like really smooth paper to kind of get the idea of what I'm trying to achieve across. And I think I actually want to get away from the texture stuff. Because I am kind of leaning into the more rendered out kind of look, so I end up kind of just fighting that the entire time. Before that, basically survival. Yeah. You should attend a con. I really feel like you would sell prints of your pretty artwork. Yeah, but who's gonna be streaming? Who's gonna be streaming during that time? I think I would rather just stream. And you know, I don't know. You gotta get a table, or even if they have tables, it's like, you know, it's a lot of logistics and work, and it's just easier not to. Maybe some brains develop even at a later stage. Mine does. There's one story I can share about God's timing and Force adventures, and what made me so brave. There, if you want to hear. Yeah, sure. I'll hear you out. I painted apartments for a while. I did it as an independent contractor for a company. It was good pay, but the business fizzled out. Aw, yeah. I heard actually painter people make actually like kind of a lot of money. Why did the business fizzle out? And where do you live? I'm just sort of curious about like where is it that it fizzled out? Like, is it because like just the construction jobs kind of fizzled out? They stopped producing more buildings in your area, or because I feel like if you're a painter, you can kind of find things to paint, like office buildings that are being renovated. I don't know. I could be wrong, but that seems like kind of like I think that's needed. But I could be wrong. Sarah Gigo, thank you for the emojis. I appreciate the dancing vampire ladies. How do you store your art without smudging? I don't. I smudge it. Once I scan it, I just kind of put it in the drawer, and I'm like, peace. You know, I'll see you in a few years, kind of a thing, maybe. I only care about smudging until I scan it. Once it's scanned and posted online, I'm like, Instagram, you save it in your mind. It's out of my hands now. There's more to it than that, but that's the best I can describe. It was a good opportunity, I will say that. Yeah. I've seen a guy paint. I was working for a... I've seen a guy, I was working for a company, and this dude came in, they hired, and they had like the company logo. They wanted him to paint in like red. And I was watching him, and I'm like, how does he not have paint everywhere? Like, I've never painted something without getting it all over the place. I don't understand how people can do that. By doing the roller was alright and cleaning up. I wasn't very good with a brush, but doing the roller was alright and cleaning up. Yeah, I've seen people do, like, it's a skill for sure, because I've seen a dude, like, do the company logo, and it seems like it would be simple, but like it isn't at all. Like it's there's a lot of tape and like doing this at the right time, and like there was not a drop of paint anywhere on the floor, and I'm like, yo, I would have fucked that up for sure. There would be paint everywhere. I don't know how people have like that. It does take like sort of there's like a paint intelligence, so you got to know how to do step one before step two. Kind of you know. I'd be like holding the roller and I'm like it's already dipped, but I forgot to lay the towel down. So now if I walk across the floor, there's paint every like that. That would be me painting. I can only be trusted to paint things outside, where no one's gonna get hurt. How do you guys discover you can do those things? I wish I could develop some skills I could use for money making now, lol. My friend said they were hiring, but they only hire you as an independent. Oh, yeah, they don't want to give you insurance and stuff. Yeah. Understandable. Your best bet, just asking around. Everyone is different how they do things. Yeah. Word of mouth go does do a long way. Does go a long way, especially if you don't have a if you don't have a bad reputation. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, so, some people have like the ability to make money. They have like the neck for it. I've never made like any significant amount of money outside of like a real job. You just have to have like that gene of like talking to people, and I think when you stare off into the distance a lot of times that doesn't like make money. What I was going to tell you. What were you going to tell me? Word of mouth just made me disappoint a bunch of people. There, there were times that a person disappointed me because with kind of company did he get me into. Yeah. Well, about that ChatGPT. Oh, okay, yeah, tell me about ChatGPT. What you're trying to say is you gotta be bullcrap hard. What? Nice. Otherwise, I could keep using it. Like, wait. So apparently, I'm doing something with a lot of files, and that's why it requires me to wait. Oh, maybe you're like trying to use it like. Yeah, you were the one that was saying you had ChatGPT telling you like, hold up, brother, like just you're a free user. Like, calm down with all these files you're trying to like get inside me. Like, why don't you give me some money and then I'll think about it. Yeah. No, I ask like simple I don't do any of like figure this out for me kind of stuff. Well, I do, but it's more like step by step. Like I'm trying to like figure out a system or it's not really like I never upload a bunch of images at the same time and try and get it to like spit out date, like regurgitate this data back in a certain way or whatever. What it sounds like you're doing, like data processing with it. The thing about it, the thing that is odd about it is that it's actually responsive and it does actually seem to have the right information for me. I'm telling you, bro, I was installing Linux. I know nothing about Linux. I listened to some podcast and they recommended for newer users to use Linux Mint as it's like very like friendly for newer people. And I just like went in that direction, and then it's like, well, you gotta have a bootable USB, so I figured out how to do that. Went through all my USB library to like I had USBs around my house. I kind of gathered them together, saw what I could do. I did that. So basically, like within a couple of weeks, I had a computer without a power cord and no video card, and I like slowly like I just put 20 minutes a day into this like, let's get this machine up and running. Let's get Linux on it, and it just like 20 minutes. I'm like 20 minutes a day. Eventually, I'll figure it out, and I use ChatGPT to do it. So it's like. And by the way, when I did go off the rails and like listen to people on Reddit, immediately like it was like the worst advice you could ever have. It's like the technical solutions they had was like the most inappropriately like complicated ones you could possibly think of. I'm like, bro, thank God I didn't listen to that guy and trying to like reformat files to trick like the computer. I don't know. It was like the craziest things ever. So we were having fun at some. Wait, okay. This is a new message. 1 second. So we were having fun at some remote site in the mountains, and I fell asleep when everybody left next to me the fireplace. I stayed as the last man standing next to the fireplace and fall asleep next to it. That's wild. If you guys are outside just leaving people sleeping like that, when I fell asleep, maybe I don't know the context of the full thing, but that seems already like super sketch when people don't have like the brain power to be like, okay, let's not leave people outside sleeping. That can go like really bad. When I fell asleep, or I think that's what you're saying. When I fell asleep, I dreamt about touching and scratching huge paws and furry animal hearing grunts. I was awoken by my friend in the morning screaming, it's a bear, and it's a bear, you gotta run. But when I woke up, I only saw a moose passing by and only heard the noise on the slope on the opposite side as the moose. I will never know if a bear was there or not, but that was uber Crazy god timing. Yeah, I just think like you don't think it's crazy that your friends left you sleeping outside. I would not like leave a single man outside sleeping. That doesn't. You should sleep in pairs, or really you should never be separated. You should have a buddy when you go that deep into that. Whatever. That's neither here nor there. But I do think that's kind of incredible. I don't get it. Sorry. Didn't they leave you because you used ChatGPT? Wait, what? They left him because he was like a ChatGPT user. Let him die. No, that's my thing. Wait, that's my thing to sleep next to the fireplace. I must have insisted while you were sleeping, or just kidding. Anyway, no, I mean that. Okay. Like on every gathering, I watch too much Avatar, and I want to learn firebending. Nice. That cartoon was pretty good. Firebender cartoon. It was a pretty good show. Sarah Gigo says, Foros. Next thing you know, we will have a hurricane in Chicago. Anything's possible. Anything's possible. I hope not. Well, no, it's just that ChatGPT forces you to wait to use it again if you're a free user. Yeah. Attend like artist events? Do I? No, I no. I just like to draw. I don't like go to artist events. That's why the streaming thing works really well with my style, because I can share without going outside my house. You know what I mean? Like if I don't really want to spend like all day at a coffee shop with talking to people and attend, you know, and I'm sure there's a lot to be said, like networking. I'm sure it's like really a good idea to do if you're trying to be like that artist, like sell your works. Going to events and cons and talking to people, that's the way to do it. Have like those little clicks, but you know, I found a way that works for me, and I enjoy sharing my art this way. And Instagram, and that's kind of like where I'm at with that. Japochi, that thing you sent me about Ireland's giving artists 1,500 euros a month. I need to do register. Someone help me register. I need to go buy one of those Scottish houses out on the outskirts, so I have a place of residence to prove I live there, so I can get 1,500 euros a month. Apparently, they're giving people artist money. We live in Midwest, Sarah. We only get cold weather here. Maybe some tornadoes. True. Just gotta have a limit to try and rope people in to pay for it. Nice. Bro, I need subtitles if I need to live there. Oh, cause yeah, Irish people. Yeah, get Google Glasses. Maybe like, cause Irish people really are not understandable when they talk. Like in movies they are, cause they soften it up. But yeah, it's Some of those accents are like, wow. I mean, I get it, it's their country, but wow. We're supposed to be freezing our butts off right now, but it's like summertime out there. It's definitely warmer. My house is at a very comfortable temp. I had to take off the hoodie inside the house. I set it to 59, and I didn't even like touch it because it naturally went to like 68. I think it's at like 69 inside the house just because it's so warm outside. I'm telling you, if we kind of get through this winter like this, like if it's just like, you know what I mean, like, because remember how hot the summer was. Maybe it is like warming up overall. Like we're getting into like, you know, I mean, Illinois has been kind of a last 3 winters have been kind of really mild, relatively speaking. Do you take your mom out to lunch? I don't. No, I don't. I like I go to my parents' house and I visit and stuff, and you know that's how we do. Like, but recently, like these last like I'd say 10 years, we've been like really busy. So I just go over there. Sometimes I bring my dog, but I don't like take my mom out to lunch. Like no. She has her own food. I love tropical weather. You know, yeah, it would be nice because like I feel like I can survive hot weather, but when it's cold weather, you can't not use gas. That's the issue. Is like there's no way to negate gas usage. You know what I mean? Like I wish I could like stop using resources to exist, but Illinois is like it's sort of. Imagine you have hands around your throat and they're slowly squeezing down. That's kind of what Illinois is like. And when you run out to make money to pay for that, they tax that too. Like, I can't believe 3 hours just went by, bro. Time is too fast. I can't keep up. I agree. I agree. I'm like, dude, this year, I would say this last year went by really fast. Like, since I quit my job and I started hanging out in my house, like just doing kind of like work from home stuff, I feel like I just went and paid taxes and I gotta go see the tax guy again. And I feel like I was just there. And like I hate gathering all the documents for it. Cause like some places like they don't give you like the stuff you need right away. They wait till like the last month or whatever, and it's like, yo, like let me just get this stuff out of the way now. Well, I guess I can't, or whatever. I don't, cause like you gotta wait till like all the paperwork like rolls in, like all the data rolls in. But I don't know. I'm just like. Sorry, I'm gonna like barely. I did enjoy when I was like 13, 14, and I washed dishes, not paying taxes on that. I worked Friday, Saturday, Sunday in high school, and I'd made like about like 300 something a week. Bro, that was fat. When you live with your parents in high school, 300 something a week untaxed, like clean, bro. Like 20 years ago, like no, wait, 15 years ago. No, 20. Sorry, 20, yeah, 20 years ago, because I was 15 or 14 or something like that. I'm 35 now. Yeah, 20. Oh my god, that was 20 years ago. And like a clean 350, no taxes, bro. I was bawling. Bawling. Bro, first time too fast. I can't keep it. November 1st, 4th, just went. I know. Isn't it crazy? Like I felt like the month like flipped over, and then we're already like into the kind of like far into the month. So I don't know. It does. Time does fly quicker. It really does. I wonder if it's just like because like my brain is like slowing down, and so the perception of time seems like it's like a skip. It's like skipping tracks because the needle isn't staying right where it needs to be. It's just like kind of like moving out. It's like skipping a few lines and moving out, and like your brain just deletes whole parcels of information. So you're like, oh, where did that go? It's like, where did the year go? That's crazy. It's like, careful, Foros. Their IRS might be listening. Well, I didn't say anything bad. I'm just saying I don't like. No. You don't get taxed until when you like. I was a dishwasher when I was like, I was not of legal age. They don't tax you when you're a teenager. That's what I'm saying. Is like that was nice. Once you become like 18 or whenever they start taxing you, it's like. Actually, my recommendation is like go work some kind of a job when you're younger, because like just like kind of like buy some Bitcoin and silver while you still got like those years, or do what you want. I don't care, but I'm just saying that's a good way to like hog a little money when you're younger, because you're not getting taxed. Yeah, Mariah Carey just defrosted lol. I've heard of that name. She's a famous singer, I think. I think I was an autopilot lol. Or no memory saving. Yeah, like when your brain doesn't save the memory files, it seems like things just move faster, because it's scary too. The only thing I notice is like new lines on my face as I age. That's the only thing I'm like, oh my god. Like that, when did that come about? Second brain is all I have. 2 MB brain. 2 megabyte? Are you saying megabyte? I feel that. I feel that. Yeah. I think you're pretty. I mean, you figured out Discord for us. Like, you made the Discord page, and that's pretty hard, and I didn't want to do it. And you did it. I'm sure that took a lot of YouTube tutorials, but I floppy disk. Yeah, I lost a few of those floppy disks along the way for sure. Or I put a magnet too close and some stuff got erased along the way. Cause YouTube, bro. Oh, YouTube, yeah. YouTube and Insta. I'm not really a big, like, I'm pretty good at not wasting time on social media. It's just more of like a bathroom hobby. Like, that's kind of like when I use the phone. So, I don't know. Wrinkles on your baby face? I don't say that. I don't see that. Well, it's the camera, the lighting and stuff, but I notice it. Oh, sorry, I'm drawing off screen again. I have a bad tendency to do that. I need to stop doing that. Is this an evolved cockroach? It does have cockroach vibes, doesn't it? You could say that. I was thinking it's more of like along the lines of if you played Half-Life 2, when the Combine converts the insectoid creatures into like sort of workable machines that they use. That's kind of I really the antennae. Yeah, well also the legs they you know, stuff like that. It's cockroach-esque. Yeah, I like that kind of stuff. You know. Yeah. The crab legs, yeah. Well, like I said, it's to me, it's more of a like a Half-Life kind of vibe. Maybe I made it a little bit more gooey than they would have, but those spores make me want to shoot it to make it pop. Yeah, yeah. Understand. That's understandable. Yeah. I do like spores, don't I? I keep going. That theme keeps kind of it's a reoccurring theme in my art. Is the spores, eggs. There should be at least a few that are popped, fail to become nutrient pustules. I don't want to confuse things. If you ever had a chance to look at like an anthill, when you lift up a rock and you see like the eggs, none of them are really exploded. Like there's not really like a bunch of them laying around that are like dead. You know what I mean? So I feel like it's the way this looks is fine. I know what you mean, but I just kind of I think I don't want the imagery to be like confusing. It's already like kind of a complicated picture and there's a lot going on. If I also make like some that are like just I don't want things to be more confusing than they already are. I'm trying to avoid that. How old are Foros? Oh, I'm 35. Someone on your Discord says they found a demon on the forehead of a baby paint. Nice. What the? Wait, whoa, did someone give me a kick? Wait, or is that from the other time? Is that today, or is that the other? Is that from the other day? Gris missed. I think that's the same person that gave me a kick last time. The kick point. That must have been from the other time. I renewed the. Well, there's 4 people watching. Nice. Awesome. The baby you're drawing? Hell baby. Nice. It was me. I have different nicknames everywhere. Could be an old man too. Nice. Let's try to be careful about how we say stuff about people's work. I mean, try. I don't know if you meant that as a joke or what, but I'm sure there's not a demon baby. You mean you're the devil? Awesome, nice. Oh, it was your Skozijlo? It was you, Skozijlo? In some old book I found once that God hides in them and makes all kinds of stuff to parents. Wait, what? Hides in the babies and makes all. You're saying Voldemort spawned as a baby too, and he was using dark magic for Foros? It's a Harry Potter thing? No, I know Voldemort, bro. The guy without the nose. I mean, I've seen the clips. You know, obviously I didn't watch all the Harry Potter movies, but I said maybe I should, but I never did. Oh, Voldemort spawned as too. Oh, never mind. It was some Wiccan book about magic. Nice. I always look for things hidden in the art pieces. There's detail stuff on old classical paintings. I wouldn't be surprised with hidden innuendos in there. What? There's detailed paintings. I forgot which one it is, but it was hiding two bunnies squished in a pillar, though. That is pretty disturbing. Just because the painter wanted to edit. Did you guys see there was like a church in Spain? There was like a dude that he put in. They were like restoring an old church, and he put the alien into one of like the bricks that you put on like the surface. He has like the alien coming out of the one of the like the bricks. Bro, I think it would be really cool if they had like a full like decked out stone mason old style, like not cathedral. I think that's too far, but maybe like a, you know, a churchy looking building with like the alien theme. Like not necessarily like full Geiger, but like just alien. And like, you know what I mean? I think that would be kind of interesting. Like as far as like visually, it would be quite striking. But like do it like the kind of like medieval European kind of thing, right? Maybe early Renaissance look, and just put in, you know, like the same way they had like the gargoyles on top of castles or whatever. Have the alien be the theme. Just saying, just an idea. So Universal Studios. See, if they did that at wherever they're, is that, I don't know? Is Universal Studios owned by Disney? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're trying to say, but or is Universal Studios like what are they up to? I think that would be dope. You know what I mean? I'd go see that. Shrine for the Alien? Yes. Yes. The Alien franchise, yeah, and they could have some of the Geiger-esque stuff, like the way the ship looked. Remember how the ship looked in Alien 1 when they went up there and they find the space jockey? Have that in there. What? Yeah. I've seen some alien sculpture on a church from Europe online. Yeah, it's a church in Spain. It's a church that some Spanish designer he was quested to restore the church, and they put the alien in one of the bricks, like coming out of it. It looks very cool. And I was just thinking, I extrapolated the idea, like, what if there was an entire building like that? You know what I mean? Like, because it almost, you know, it almost kind of has like an Aztecian kind of vibe to it, like the circular, like, not the circular eyes, but like, I think it did have eyes though. I think in his version it had like two eyes, and it like just having like those teeth and stuff. It kind of had like this Aztec kind of maybe like a little bit of that vibe in there. So I think that would be like interesting. You know, it wouldn't be like serious. It's just like, hey, this is entertainment. You know what I mean? Like it's cool. It's like a cool thing to go look at. Yeah, don't run away with the idea or whatever, but. Yeah, I think this paper is very close too, but not quite exactly what I'm looking for in terms of like the shading. I'm like almost looking for like a very smooth paper, like printer paper or cardstock. I think that's what kind of closer to what I'm looking for. So I'm gonna have to go pick that up at the local store next time I head over that way, because this is good, but this isn't quite what I was looking for. I think I can make a little bit more of a masterpiece. Along with Predator. Ooh, they could have Predators too on pillars. Like, you know how they sit on stuff? They could have like some of the pillars have like Well, I don't want to mix things up too much, but yeah, a Predator church would be really cool too. Their technology looks quite interesting, and I think it'd be cool to have like imagine like rows and rows of pillars with like different aliens or different predators like sitting on them, like a testament to their hunting kind of thing. You know, like do the entire thing and like that. Ooh, that'd be so cool. Like, actually, that would now because I was imagining that one as being like European too, but actually, like if you look at their technology, like remember the end of one of the Predator films, they kind of show you their homeworld a little bit and the internals of their ships, and like take that design and extrapolate it onto an entire sort of structure. People will, dude. I just feel like a lot of tourist attractions are like so lame. I'm like, why is no one like doing this stuff? I know they're owned IPs, so that's part of the issue. But like, same time, like let's be realistic. If there was like a huge cathedral dedicated to the Predator, people would flock around the earth to go see that. And it's just like it's such an easy thing to not to do, but like people are gonna want to see that, and it's like yeah, it's gonna be kind of a big down payment to like start that, but you know like you should see the amount of like people that come to like tourist spots here, and it's like, dude, it's just trees. You have trees in your country. You know what I mean? It's like why did you come across the earth here? Like it's literally just the same, like slightly different tree. Your trees are slightly different tint. I had to see it.
If anyone's seen a medical crew in Speranza, tell them Sector C5 has been waiting for hours.
Dude, just call the aliens and predators IRL. They'll be the ones building it in real, it with real alien face huggers. That'd be fun. Yeah.
Remember, power is out at 2200 hours.
Get choked and impregnated by the face hugger. Well, don't get me excited with these words. You're getting me all excited. Hugger IRL is a souvenir. Nice. I'd still be looking forward to Ready Player One virtual reality gaming. I'd really want to. I really want that to happen. From the, I've never seen that movie, so I can't comment on it. But I mean, have you ever, Jipochi? Have you played the VR stuff? It's pretty compelling at first. I just think like the technology just needs to move. You know, well, I'll jump back into VR in like 10 years if we're still all here. I think the technology will kind of be there. I think right now, like, well, at least with Vive Head Pro, whatever I had, the Valve Pro, it was really good, but it was like not really there yet, I think, and you know, but it's close. Like I said, I just want to play regular games with a 3D view. I don't necessarily care about holding guns with my hands. I just want to have a like kind of close the gap with the immersion with the 3D stuff. Like you're not looking at a monitor, your head is just there looking at whatever. That's kind of all I need from VR, and I think they made a huge mistake actually by kind of stealing the comfort away from you and replacing it with discomfort. I did ride a VR roller coaster in the mall. Oh, so yeah, it doesn't feel right. I felt like I was wearing glasses in the box. Okay. And since I don't have a huge nose, I could see the outside world. Nice. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is that like those little things add up, and if you have a slow frame rate, if you have like a cheap headset, you know, between all those factors, it's going to hurt the experience. And there's companies now where you like scan your face and they send you the exact copy of your fit, like the mask fits your face exactly. You know, so that would help a lot. But you know, having the resolution, the frame rate, all of that stuff kind of adds up into either a coherent experience or you're going to be throwing up if it's, you know, if the frame rate is too low or if the resolution is too low. It's going to be pricey. Yes. Yeah, I paid an embarrassing amount of money for mine at the time. But I really wanted to see what it was like, so I did it. We do have VR here. I played some zombie shooting game. That was fun, but after a while, it's freaking tiring, lol. I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean. I think the best experience I've had was Half-Life Alyx and like Half-Life Alyx and Fallout 4 actually. Those experiences were very cool in VR. I feel like the one with the plank on heights game will get me falling to the floor. I have terrible depth perception, and once I see that I'm falling on VR, I'd fall as well. Lol. Yeah, the plank one was like that was my first experience, and it was like it's weird that like yeah, it like throws off your ability to sense things. You think you, and I didn't cheat. I didn't look at the floor. Well, maybe I did, but I'm pretty sure I didn't. Did you fall? No, I didn't fall. But I definitely like kind of did the knee buckle thing and like hands down kind of a thing. But I didn't fall. But no, I didn't cheat because I'm like I gotta do it for real. Because if I take it off and I look at the floor and reinforce that I'm safe, then it's like not. It was weird how much it like it because it was my first time wearing VR at my buddy's house. This is before I got it. And yeah, just VR things. I've always wanted that lightsaber beats music game, but I don't know how else to buy without a card lol. I thought it was a free game.
The food distribution might actually happen today. Keep an ear out for an update. If you've been hoarding supplies, now's the time to share. Or don't. Whatever.
Guys, I think I'm pretty much done with this one. I'm looking at it and I'm like, I'm struggling to find things to do on it. I think, or maybe I just need rest and come back to it in like an hour or something. But I think I'm pretty much like done with it. Hopefully the look translates to the final product. Hope I didn't waste a bunch of time. Like, I think it'll look okay. I think it'll look okay. But yeah, it's an interesting piece. I like this kind of like huge sort of like concrete geometry and like kind of stuff, and it looks dystopian and like, uncanny that kind of uncanny valley vibe in the infrastructure where it like it sort of it makes sense that it's made out of stuff, but there's no like there's no ladders, there's no human approach to it. It's just like built in some way for some purpose, and that's I kind of like that kind of like that backrooms vibe maybe, or not backrooms but liminal space. That's what it is. It's just sort of this monolithic architecture that has no purpose vibe, and that I really like that feeling. He is gonna either learn nothing from me or learn something bad from me. There's no in between. I can't believe I'm gonna be an uncle. I feel sorry for the kid. Nice. Kind of like concrete termites. It looks very brutalistic architecture. Yeah, I feel like they like put them up like it was like built for them to like postulate, if that makes sense. Like they're bugs, and like this is a bug farm, and like they built the pillars in a way like it's like sort of like they found these bugs, and this is like a beehive operation, right? Like you have like a little beehive in your backyard, but like this is for like the much larger sort of flying insects, and they're extracting like resources or whatever. That's kind of what I imagine this being like, or you know, it could be a natural occurrence too, but I guess I kind of imagine it as like sort of bug pustule farming scenario. This gave me the heebie-jeebies in my arms. I just thought the cockroach farm in China. I mean, they're coming out with the cockabro. They want you to eat the bugs. It seems like, I don't know. I don't know if how healthy it is to eat. Like, I know they have a lot of protein in the insect stuff, but you know. They eat those healthy protein. I feel sorry for the kids. I'm uncle too. Wait, I feel sorry for the kids, not my kids. My siblings are like 15 years at tops older than me, and I'm 7 years older than some of my nephews. One of the. Gotta let life do some life, lol. The music cut out. Nice. Well, I guess we'll end it on this note. I'm gonna post it. We'll see what it looks like. I still gotta do some editing on it and stuff like that. But I don't know where else to push it at this point without making things worse. So I'm gonna probably just kind of like end it here for the night. We'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully I sleep a little bit better. I picked him up. I picked him up a job after me and now finishes university. Wait. Them picked up a job after me and now finishes university though. Nice. I love your painting, says Jipochi too. Nice. People are loving each other's paintings. Very cool. Oh yeah, this will be on Instagram a little bit later tonight. Please follow me on there. See ya. Thank you, Future Oil. Taught them to live free, and for this I'm proud. Nice. Yeah, it is good to live free. Oh, thank you, Japoshi. Anyway, yeah, guys, I'm gonna go. Do you guys want to get rated out, or should we just? Do you guys care? Let me rate you guys out. There's 20 people. That's like a lot of people, right? What the who is really cool? Who is like super cool right now? Mad Concepts. Mad Concepts is doing something that looks kind of cool. Let's click on him. Well, the concepts in its engine for certain audience may contain violent graphic depictions. You guys are cool with that. Start watching. Yes. I think I've rated him before. Nice. All right, guys. Thank you so much. I'm gonna get out of here.